Okay, we should be good now. I forgot to turn on subtitles, so I have to do that. Why is the camera blurry? Don't do this to me now, camera, please. Camera, please. I do not know why I'm out of focus. That's annoying. It could be the window, but it seems like it might be something else. Okay, there we go. So, pulling the shade and turning on the light helped it focus. But yeah, there we go. Hi everybody. It's not actually cold, but for some reason I feel chilly. So, hi everybody. Happy... Damn, y'all. This is the first time I'm back streaming for a week, and y'all, It is Wednesday. That's the actual meme. I might have forgotten what the actual meme was. Hold on. Sorry, I had to just because you haven't been streaming for a week doesn't mean happy. I damn it. Especially because if you know, you know. I got news today that very much kind of like, it didn't hard torpedo my mood, but it brought it down a little bit. So I appreciate that y'all, if you know, you know. I don't want to talk about it right now. But like, I do deeply appreciate, like, thank y'all is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, yeah, it's that thing, Stubby. Yeah, that's why I'm like, if you know, you know. Serious Talk is referring to a section on our Gilded. It's that thing. Yeah, I don't want to go into it because my mood has been very much boosted by the love and support of the community, like right now, causing me to like blue screen and completely forget all the things I was saying. So much so that I forgot to thank the person who followed. Thank you so much for the follow. I deeply appreciate it. We do keep our follow alerts anonymous because we believe in like letting people lurk if they feel like lurking. So thank you for the follow. I do deeply appreciate it. Please enjoy your time here at the Gage Gang. Right. So GDC, tell us about it. Yeah. Okay. So I think I have enough things on my mind that I know what things I can tell you without telling y'all stuff that I shouldn't tell you. So, how GDC went. In the overall, I think it went pretty well. We were able, so, yeah, I think anything we've publicly told people at GDC is stuff that I can tell you. So, for full clarity about stuff with shootlanzer, while there are a lot of things I can't say yet, one thing I can say is that given the response to the arcade machine, have I told y'all about Unreleased Games Arcade also? I did on the Gilded, but not on stream. So, let me preface that with that. First things first. So, the week end before GDC, so like the 15th? question mark. Possibly the 8th. My memory is not doing the thing very well right now. There was a local event held at CCNY. There's a local event at CCNY here in the city. Called Unreleased Games Arcade. We went in with a couple of student teams and a couple like local developers just to kind of like show off shootlanzer, show what was up, and let me go get the thing. If you're on the Guilded, you probably knew about this already. I think I posted the pictures. If I didn't post the pictures, forgive me. My brain is like an egg. There were categories for like best art, best programming, best music or sound design or something, and then overall most anticipated game. Shootlanzer got most anticipated game. And I guess the bigger thing for me personally was that like it was also sort of proof that, because a lot of the people who were playing there were like either high school students or like undergraduate college students, right? So among the quote unquote younger generation, right, arcade style games still have a place, which was helpful. So I bring that up aside from being able to like actually like take my roses, right? For a second. Post about this in 2 other spots. So I'm gonna take a second and go grab that and post that in some spots where people need to hear about these. People need to hear the stream is going, because I fucking forgore. Brain is empty, and so I completely forgot. Also, I'm just like out of practice, so I'm gonna go do this over here. Meanwhile, we get the codes in. Oh, jeez. Thank y'all. Alright, they'll put this in exchange in this other spot. Then, okay. That's done. Alright. Right. So, I say all of that as preface to be like, let's keep it seriously. Especially if it's cheap. Right. Let me turn down. I forgot to turn down the music even. So let me do that because I don't know how well y'all can hear me over. Okay. I was gonna just warm up leftovers at some point, but I don't know. I feel like today is just a day to treat myself because, you know, whatever. Fuck it. I deserve it, I guess. I said that yesterday. I think. Was it yesterday? I don't... Time is a soup. Time is fake. I'm exhausted. Whatever. Yes, I do. Right. So, I say all of this to preface. I'm a super brain is taking note. Right. I say all this to say that one of the things that we sort of decided on right before going to GDC was that we were going to we're on our way to ramen. Next we need noodles. Oh my god. Also the pleasure feeling of promise. Right, the story. Okay, right. So we decided that we would largely sort of like focus on making the pivot potentially. I have to say that it sort of depends on how the funding and other things shake out. So I cannot say for sure 100% the way that it lands, but I would say that one of the avenues that we are considering much more carefully at this point is that we may want to consider like doing arcade exclusive for shootlanzer, partially because people responded really well to the arcade machine, and partially because while we were at GDC, we got a contact that sort of came by, or we got a contact from somebody coming by, who was like, hey, so here are some things to know about like arcade machines and the people who are making games exclusively for arcade release, and how that all works out. They were kind enough to sort of explain a couple of things on that front. And so the things that have come up from that have made us go like, that's worth considering. So whether or not we ultimately choose to go that route entirely, and when I say arcade cabinets, I don't mean just like the bar top ones that, like the bar top one that we have. Yes, we do have a lawyer on retainer and stuff like that. So as stuff goes further on, we're prepared for that sort of stuff. But we've got a lawyer on retainer and all that other stuff. That all said, so when we're talking like doing like arcade exclusive, I don't mean like our top arcade cabinets, but I do mean like full size ones, mostly because I think I'm probably not going to talk hard numbers yet, because if I get the numbers wrong, then I'm going to look like a clown. But the short answer is that, basically speaking, the number of machines that we would have to sell to break even would be several magnitudes lower than the number of copies retail we would have to sell of shootlanzer, probably, depending on what price point you pick, in order to like actually make back the budget that we are currently looking at. I can't name numbers on that front because that's privileged information, but basically speaking, even factoring in the potential cost of the machine versus how much we would sell it for, it's still a 4-figure profit. So per machine, I mean. So yeah. Basically, to put it into context, the number of copies we would have to sell would be like 5 figures if we were doing like console, Steam, Switch traditional, versus maybe like 2-digit figure. I think that's about as specific as I can get without revealing like privileged information that I shouldn't. So yeah, the potential there is pretty high up as far as that goes. Also high squishy. So I say all that to say that, right, while we're at GDC, we basically got a contact to explain all of these things to us. Let us know about a couple of other opportunities down the pipe that we may want to be looking at. And just generally, people really enjoyed it. And then KT talked me into letting go. One of my most precious baby ideas for shootlanzer, which y'all will see when I do the update play in a little bit, so y'all can see what's cooking for what is probably the next demo, I think. She talked me into letting it go. And it was tricky for me personally to like really square with it, but it's one of those things where it kept coming up not as like a this is why this game sucks thing, but as a people kind of kept going, I really, really, really want to be able to blank. And so I was like, okay, fine. I bend on this, which then necessitated the creation of like another mechanic. But on top of that, somebody made a suggestion to add on to something that I'd already been thinking about. And now, there we go. Is it a precious baby ID you can use for another thing later? No, it's just like a mechanical function of the way that shootlanzer works that I was very intent on keeping until I was convinced eventually that it's like, no, you gotta let that go, bud. And ultimately, yeah, letting it go, I think, opens up the design space in interesting ways. And I shouldn't say I've made my peace with it, because that implies that I did it reluctantly. It's more along the lines of like, once I was talked into it and I was like, okay, we can rock with this. Let's see how it goes. The possibilities and where they open up now, I'm willing to kind of like roll with it, is the way I'm going to put it. Some of that, I will say, was entirely on me being very strongly attached to this is the way that this thing should work. And I was talked out of it. And I am entirely okay with that. So, yeah. GDC was pretty much a lot of that. Made a lot of contacts. I did also find out about that's what I need to do. At some point, especially once my financials are a little more stable, that new game union that's based out of North America, so the US and Canada, that thing debuted at GDC, and I should go figure out how to pay dues to it, because that would be really nice. Unionizing is important, and if you can, you should. So I intend to. I meant to do it after I got back from GDC and then kind of forgore. But I should do that. I think I cannot confirm or deny who else in has joined union stuff. I think that's not for me to disclose, but you know. So yeah, I plan on doing it. I can speak for myself and saying that I plan on joining the union, and yes, um, okay, thinking. Is there anything else from GDC that is important? Um, the chicken katsu curry at Nandeya in Japantown in San Francisco is really, really good. And if I'm ever fortunate enough to go back there, I will be glad to eat there again because I ate that shit at like 4 in the afternoon and wasn't hungry again for literally the rest of the day. Well, if you become a rich CEO, could shoot lanterns and can't you? Nah. um, the funny thing is that that's functionally impossible because Munity LLC is run democratically, so there is no CEO. We are all everybody that is doing the work is either a co-owner or is working toward it. We do not have titles like CEO or CFO or things like that here. Nuts to that. Flat hierarchy, baby. Democratically organized. Democratically run. Yeah, we're on that ANCAP shit here. So yeah, the reason why, at least in the blurb, that I stopped referring to it as we run it democratically, even though it's registered as an LLC, for reasons that have to deal with like weird, like business or tax law stuff. I don't remember which. We had to register as an LLC, but we run it democratically. People have the ability to, if they join up, we do have planned like a path to like, you know, getting equal say and other sorts of things, right? So all of that is kind of like in the thing in the back. But yeah, no, GDC was really good in the overall. I cooked several updates while we were on the show floor after Wednesday, once I was convinced to let go of the thing. And so, yeah, those are the updates I'm going to show off to y'all in terms of like what we've got and how all that's going. I will note at the particular current moment in time that we do not have an updated version of the demo out yet. There are some things that I think we want to cook a little bit more before we do that. So this is stuff that I'm showing you that is not available on itch yet. After that, and after I show you all that, then we're going to get into work for Viral Core Busters. Mostly because at this point, I'm not going to say that it's like feature complete in terms of like the next demo, but that the other things to cook in the demo right now, at least with these updates that I have, part of it is things that I need to figure out. Part of it is like stuff that the team has to rediscuss in terms of like the way the game do the work. let me also take a minute to like actually feed myself because I have leftovers because I cooked before I left, but my brain is itching. My brain is itching and going like, hey, you should eat something. And I don't feel like warming up the leftovers because I don't know, brain is contrary. So I'm like, fuck it, let's order something. That stuff's a week old. I cooked it. I cooked like the Monday before I left, and I double checked it. We're Gucci. Also, my fridge is like hella cold. I really want chicken fries. I'm just gonna give into the craving. Don't need the Sprite though. Or is this what I want? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Burger King is still under this, so I'm just gonna order there. Hungry and the cravings are killing me. And if it turns out that I have that info wrong, then I'll. Yeah, fuck it, I'm hungry. Alright. So while that's ordering. Okay, let me make sure that this other stuff is set up correctly. Because shootlanzer is still currently on the version of Godot that doesn't have the in-engine player. So, hopefully I didn't get rid of that other window capture. Let me see. Godot test window capture is still a thing. Good. I just have to make sure that I switch it over to the one for shootlanzer. Excellent. Did I remember to plug in the controller? I think I did. Food sounds good. My only consumed substance today was a shaker cup of focus. Up. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, forgive me, y'all. My brain is probably like a little bit soup again because I'm a little out of practice with the things that I should be doing in terms of like what things I need to grab. Okay, let's go to this one. Time is soup, brain is soup, therefore time is egg, time is brain, something like that. Oh right, I forgot. You don't get sound because I'm silly. Yeah, hang on, I'm fixing it. Okay. So, one of the first major things is that, sort of in keeping with the way that we are like, yeah, we probably want to like sit down and really reconsider that menu looked really good. Yeah. The menu is probably like one of the last things remaining of like the console-ish sort of like roots. So, you know. Do you have a tutorial? That's what you're looking at right now. I was actually about to start talking about that. So, is that in reference to the thing that you said on Blue Sky? I'm pretty sure it's a reference to the thing that you said on Blue, or to the thing I said on Blue Sky. Okay, I was about to say. Okay. Perhaps I'm gonna have to like stop and pause and then go like. So, for people who don't know, for context, the only part of, and this is literally only one person that did this in this manner at GDC, and I'm not naming names because it's better not to like start fights over these sorts of things. But basically, a person came up to the booth at GDC, played the old version of the demo with the longer, wordier tutorial, and then basically, in so many words, rather rudely said, "This shit's too long, I'm not reading it." And then left like partway through the first stage. And I did salty post about that on Blue Sky because I was just like, you know, it's a type of way for like, if it annoyed you, you could have just either found a way that was more polite to say it or just been like, hey, cool game, and then left, right? But I was just like, so basically functionally what happened was that they played it, walked up, they were playing the tutorial, walked up and like, hey, so like, question for you, like I think he's like, are you the developer or like are you the programmer or something? He asked me, I'm like, yes. And then he was like, so have you written a tutorial that has like less than 2 words on screen before? Because like truthfully, I didn't read all of that. Again, this was with the older version of the tutorial where it was wordier and it was explaining stuff with like text boxes. And this is the part where I'm kind of just like, I gotta like soapbox it again because this is the important thing to sort of talk about, right? Yes, like people don't read tutorials, and sometimes you have to like do a lot more massaging of Right. So after that and after leaving, so I say all of this to say this is the thing I was gonna say and got sidetracked by. The main point is that I already knew, and the team already knew, that at some point we would have to touch up the tutorial because we were probably talking too much. All that was true, right? We knew that. That was a thing that was coming up. Because we decided to pivot more to arcade, it was one of those things where we're like, okay, now we really, really, really gotta like sort of rethink it and how we do it. So this is basically the tutorial as it stands now. After a couple of days, after some work coming home from GDC. You still do it interactively, but there's no more text boxes. You just have the, like, there's no like dialogue text boxes. There's just the prompts and the checklist on the side, and that's it. Also, we have these pop-ups that show up now whenever you pick up a power-up for the first time. So it explains what it does and how it works. Only the first time in a given run, right? So the tutorial, for example, now that we picked up double spread and the speed shot, we are literally never going to see those again for the rest of the run. In terms of the pop-ups. The pop-ups just show up the first time to be like, hey, this is the thing, bam. Another major thing, if you've been watching Shootlanzer's progress, you know this already, but Leona now can not only, like, when she moves backwards, right, she's back to doing this again. Well, she literally turns around and can actually shoot backwards behind her. So you do, in fact, now shoot the way that you face. I'll show you when we get out of here. You can do the same thing with bombs also, right? And the reason why this is important is because there's another mechanic that this introduces now called focus move. So, turning this to turn, this was the darling that I had to let go. The thing I was alluding to earlier was like, because initially I was very, very insistent. I have to ask if Leona is named after the coolest fuck K-pop character. Yes. Somebody that worked at Riot came by the booth and asked, hey, is it like wow, my brain had to stop there. Yeah, somebody from Riot asked, hey, do you mean like the league champion? And I was like, no. And that was two things. One, I like the name Leona. Two, I was thinking about Leona from King of Fighters. Absolutely, 100%. It's her. It's her. So yeah, because you can turn around and like fire back and like turn around and fire and stuff like that, right? One of the things that people then sort of began to ask for was, oh, I may have to do something about that. The fact that you can move vertically and you don't do the funny flying motion, whatever. That may not actually matter. Anyway, what I'm saying is, because you can now like turn and fire in both directions, there is a thing wherein you may want to be like, hey, so honestly, I would appreciate being able to still move the old-fashioned way, where like I get locked in, right, to the way that I'm moving. And that's what focus move is for. So it's a button toggle. You don't hold it, you just press it. And when focus move is on, your direction is locked toward the direction that you're facing. So this basically makes it so that you can switch between like free flight like this and fixed flight the way that it used to be, except in either direction that you're moving. The reason why it's a toggle and not a hold is mostly an accessibility thing. Okay, there's just that. Okay, and just that. Okay. Sorry, I saw progress moving on some things. So yeah, Mostly the toggle is there just because it like makes things easier in terms of like that might have been the knock. I'm gonna check if my food just came. I thought I heard something. Heard somebody knock. Nope, just my imagination. So, right. The reason why it's a toggle instead of a hold is because, especially in the conceit of, especially on an arcade machine, right? Holding down, even if it's like your thumb, like if you're playing on an arcade stick, you hold down on your thumb while you're holding with your index finger and then moving the other one is doable. But for me in general, things that like have my brain is stopping again. Lol. See, this is why making sure that you eat regularly is very important, because sometimes your brain just keeps going like, and then when you're trying to talk to people, and it's not great. Brain just goes shut off, and it's like, hey, when you put out next time, I'm gonna download and play with my fight stick. Yeah. Yeah, you would probably have to remap it because with the way that it's mapped at the moment, hang on, I'm having a brain fart. X, Y, that. I have to double check the way, but like basically speaking, like the arcade machine itself, the buttons are wired slightly differently from the way that they are on a normal arcade stick. So like with a normal arcade stick, right? Normally, the top three buttons are X, Y, right bumper, and then A, B, right trigger on the lower three. So it would we'd have to rearrange it. And even the way, and I mean that even in the sense of like the way that the arcade stick itself is going to be, the way that the arcade machine, like our arcade machine, is going to be wired up, it's not going to be a one-to-one match in that sense. So I just have to, one of the things I'm going to have to do before we release it is update the button remapper for focus move so that you can like actually manually remap the inputs yourself. So there's that to consider. But right, last mechanic I wanted to talk about. So the shot purge, what that is. Basically, the way that this works is that if you have any power-ups that apply to your spread or your shot, there is a mechanic called a purge, which basically causes you to burn that thing in exchange for a buff. So right now the spread doesn't have one, but if you purge a speed shot, what winds up happening is that you move faster for 5 seconds. I'll show you what the power purge looks like when we get to it, but so aside from that, if you are within a certain radius of enemies, I have to get used to the new controls now, because in order to accommodate the arcade machine, I did have to switch. I had to switch the spin and shoot buttons. So reflexively, I'm gonna press the wrong one a lot. So yeah, like I said, for any kind of pickups that are in the game, we do have like a little call out that like actively explains, hey, this is the thing. And so, right, the purge mechanic. The thing with the purge mechanic is that you basically give up whatever power-up you purge, but then it has a special effect afterward. So, for example, right? Oh, I love that background. Yeah, that's all Sav. They are our background artists, and they do a very good job. So we also have like a stage indicator in the lower left corner. We have indicators for both the current run, how long you've been doing it, as well as how long made it. As well as like how long you've been taking on the current stage. So like the game tracks that and displays that in like the lower corners and all that other stuff. So yeah, the thing about using the purge is that while you do lose your power up in particular, right? The benefit, like the buff that you get from it, lasts for a period of time. And so there are situations in which if you're like, I really, really need, damn it. And I'll show you all the power purge effect here with the Brigadier. So basically, while a power purge is going, you basically take reduced damage for a little while, right? So, the whole point mostly with like a power purge, for example, is that if you're in a situation where Toki kiseki yoko Daburu osagase. Thank you so much, Fluffy Unicorn Rampage, for the subscription. Here, somebody sent you. Because if you hit me with, oh right, it is Lynn. I was about to say, hold up a second. I'm like, wait a minute. Whomst knows that? Damn, I'm got. So I definitely know you keep. Also, hi, Sin. Oh God, dying. So yeah, I say all this to say that in particular, shout out to the person at GDC who gave me a reason to think about adding this mechanic to the spread purge and the shot purge, because the idea of, hey, you can dump your current power up, right? That part I had figured out at some point already, even though I hadn't programmed it yet. I'm like, I'm thinking this is a thing, a mechanic that I want to put in. But somebody at GDC was like, no, when you do it, it should have some sort of effect. And then once they gave me those two sticks to rub together, I was like, okay, let's make some fire. So the intention is that you will be able to at some point also purge any spread power-ups that you pick up. So you revert back to a single laser being fired, right? If you purge a spread, but then it has some other effect that I need to figure out. At some point, I'll figure out how that works. But with the shot purge, it's very easy. If you purge a power shot, you take half damage for 5 seconds. If you purge a speed shot, you move faster for 5 seconds. And I think inadvertently it sort of it inadvertently wound up like, well, not inadvertently, that's not quite correct. It wound up bringing levels of death to the game mechanically that I didn't anticipate initially, but like even now, just in the back of my head, I'm like, this brings new strategy to this and what we can do. Yeah, so the main thing is that I need to remap. I need to add in remap controls to like actually I need to like actually fix the remaps so that we I need to like add the remaps for focus move, spread purge, and shot purge to this. Actually, maybe I do that tonight because I wasn't planning on working on shootlanzer tonight. I was planning on working on viral core busters tonight, but I think we can probably still split the difference, and I can actually just do the I can just add the remaps right here. I think so anyway. You know what? Shit, let's be Santa. Let's do it. But yeah, good to see you, Lynn. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for the resub. I deeply appreciate it. Yeah, I wasn't planning on doing work on shootlanzer today, but I was looking at that and going, oh right, those are missing. So I guess we can do that, and then I can move over to viral core busters. Okay, so this is oh boy. Okay, it's time for me to remember how I did this. So we have the remap submenu over here. Okay, entries. Okay, up, left, down, right. Oh no. I was gonna say, Godot, please stop being weird. God damn it. It's being weird. Hold on a second. Uh, okay, normal hook rate. No, don't want to capture third-party overlays. Window title must match. No, that causes it to be annoyed. Or no, I think it's because we want right. Godot, please. Okay, hang on a second. I know I accidentally exploded the thing. Give me a second. Windows theme executable. Godot. I forgot how I did this before. So I think turn this off, turn this on. Okay, it's like this. Okay. So we have spin, bomb. Okay, so spin, entry, so spin, bomb, we want 1, 2, 3. So instead of bomb entry, we're going to do entry. This is focus. And this is going to be spread entry. We're going to hide because that doesn't work yet. Shot. And then at some point, I'm going to have to come back and fix it later. Make sure that I have these correct. Project settings, input map. Yep. Okay, good. Okay, so bomb. Focus. I think it's focus, right? I have two hands. Who needs head pats? Okay, so So let me see something here. Focus. All right. I'm going to leave it alone and I'm going to see how that works. Okay, I have to remind myself of how my own actual code works. So I'm going to just crack this open and we're going to take a look and see how I programmed this, because I haven't messed with this specific code. I haven't messed with this code in a minute. So I get no. I don't want code. All right. Okay. Cool. So then I might have actually done this correctly. All right. Let's see here, because the remap submenu is not going to work properly on its own. So I'm going to save this one and let's run it. Because I have to see and make sure that this is like in here and working. Okay, cool. I can't believe it. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. That's a little. That is a little disingenuous to myself. I suppose the proper way of putting it is I expected this to have broken much more quickly. But it looks like we are actually fine. I was expecting this to be much more. I was expecting this to have gone like horribly wrong, but it looks like Past Me did this robustly enough that all I have to do is literally add in 2 more entries and we're fine. So I need to put this in my stream notes so that I have. Just give me a second. I gotta put this in my stream notes. I have to make note of. I have to make note of how long I was working on it, just for like. Just for like hour tracking purposes, I need to be careful about that. So this is like 7, let's say 7 o'clock to like 7. Added remap entries for focus, mood, spread, purge, hidden, and shot purge to remap screen. Always bet on Past. SJ's a fucking genius. Yeah, when he takes the time to do the things the way that they should be done, this turns out to be true. So the only thing I really need to like deal with here is the fact that we have underscores in those display names. So that's going to be pretty easy to fix. I'm going to come over here and come over to where we are doing this part. Well, let's do it like this. Well, keyboard input is that. I need. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, input label node. I need to make sure that I have this correct. The input label node is the label node for the name of the input that we're working with. Naming rule violations. These rules must begin with. Must it really? Okay, let me make sure that I'm looking at this carefully because I haven't actually done this. I've looked at this code in like a hot minute. So, okay, input name is that one, right? So input label. Okay, so the input label node is in fact this. Okay, so input label node. Let's go to that. This thing, right? Action to look up plus action to look up substring. Huh. So this is really all we really need to do, I think. And this should return a string. Cool. So we want. So what this does, I'm going to explain this really quick. Okay, but we don't want to mess with any of that code. That's stuff that Ask.Me wrote that I'm not messing with. So, up so update the keyboard and joystick buttons on this particular remap entry is the first thing, right? I'm not sure why I did it. I'm not sure why I did this, but I'm not going to touch it. Set the text of the label node. I'm not sure why I took a substring from that point and did that. I don't know why I did that. Ask.Me is confused about that. I'm not sure why I did that. Hey, Shiny. Sorry, I didn't realize that the Visual Studio window had blown up to that size and was covering everything. My bad, y'all. I just now looked over and saw it. So, all right, that's fixed now. But yeah, I don't know why I did this. But I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm zooming in a little bit just so I can just so that y'all can actually see what I'm doing. But the most important part here is this part, right? This replace. So replaces any underscores in the So here's the reason why this works the way it does. But also, Shiny, I hope you're doing well. So here's the idea, right? Input label node.text. This part represents the actual text that's written inside of that input label. So what I want to do, I then repeat it and put dot replace at the end, because with dot replace, what happens is you take the old value, you put in one value, and it will find anything inside of the text here and then replace it with this. So if I've done this correctly, all that should happen is that I pop over here, I go over here, I go over to the remap button, and as you can see, if you look over to the far, if you look over all the way on that other side, you'll see that instead of focus underscore move, it just says focus move, and instead of shot underscore purge, it just says shot purge. One of the things that is a very subtle skill in game development. Did the food arrive now while I wasn't looking? Yes, it did. And that was 7:06. Fuck. Hang on. Hold on. The test window didn't get captured. Sorry. Here. So if you look over on the far left side, where it says focus, move, and shot purge, you'll notice that there are no underscores in those anymore. But also, Shiny, I hope you're doing well. I got a straw this time. Come on, Murphy. So yeah, one of the things that's very powerful that I learned about the way that you sort of deal with data processing when it comes to strings in programming is that oftentimes I'm trying to have the best day I can. I'm going to make me still 8 posts because home phone engagement. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not great. Like, I know I retweeted it, the one. Hang on. Phone call. Yeah, sorry, I have to make sure I answered that, because if I had forgotten, I would have forgotten to, like, call. But yeah, one of the things about strings in programming is that you have a lot of leeway about how you can alter and adjust them. Without changing the original data. It's very useful. Oh, I'm gonna back out just a little bit. I figure out why I wrote one bit of code the way that I did. Because there's something weird about how that turned out, and I don't know why I wrote it that way. So I'm gonna go mess with that for half a second and see what happens. Because in my head, I'm like, I don't know why I wrote it that way. So I'm either gonna find out that there's a reason why, or pass me was a fool. One of those two. power flickered. Oh no. So yeah, let's do a little backhoe. Let's fuck around fast because I can see why I did it this way. Because the reason for why is confusing me a little bit. No, 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 not there. Oh god. I almost shut down OBS. I already started screaming. Yeah, I don't know why I did it like that. That's strange to me. Okay, yeah. I don't know why I wrote it like that the first time. That was weird. But to more clearly demonstrate the thing that I mean, if we look at the shot purge entry, right? We see that the action to look up, it's a little hard to see because of the screen size. It says shot underscore purge in lowercase, right? I mean, over here, this script, this text is basically already only uppercase only, but here, there's no underscore or anything, right? And that's literally because oh, I know why I did it that way. I know why I did it that way. I understand why I did it that way now. No, I know why. I know why. It's so that the first word was like capitalized. That's why I did it like that. That's the reason why. It took me a minute to figure out why. That's why. So I'm gonna leave it that way. Okay, there we go. That's better. Okay, cool. So we'll leave that over here. There's an alternate timeline somewhere where I finish game design instead of switching to creative writing. And I have no idea how different that me may be, but I think they're pretty good at making video games. But I'm the creative writing version, so I have cool OCs instead. Facts. I 100% believe it. Okay, so that's shootlanzer for y'all. Um, I think the next event that we're probably taking it to is there's a local playtest that happens in April. So we're gonna be taking it out to there. And then probably the next showcase events, ideally would be like June-ish, I think, with the way things are currently looking. But just because we're done with shootlancer updates doesn't mean the stream is over. Because now mm-hmm, it's time for Battle Core Busters. So I didn't work on Battle Core Busters on the trip at all. So any of the work I've been doing on Battle Core Busters has been since I got back. What we do for Fighting Friday, well, the game's not out yet. So basically, this is just like preemptively pulling it. I have probably more fighting. I think if you were to look at my Steam library by category of the games I've categorized, I have more fighting games in there probably than any other game by like a long shot. Um, we still have Street Fighter, we still have Strive, we've got Under Night 2, we've got Melty Blood Type Lumina, um, we've got Chaos Code. I could always, if I still had access to Ease Loft Double Cross, we would have that. We have plenty of things to fill. Whether or not KOF is in there is a whole other can of worms, but that's for me to figure out. Oh no, power is out and this is not good. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Do you have like any apps or emergency services on your phone that will tell you why? Like if there's like a power line down somewhere or something? You have no idea. Oh. Mm. Yeah, that's the other reason I'm worried. It's like if the weather is not having a good time where you're at right now. That's really not good, actually. Outside it's overcast but behaving. Oh no. Yeah, I don't. I hope it's nothing dangerous too. Maybe a car accident took out a power line somewhere. You see the answer here. Whatever's going on took out the entire building's power. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds like a power line. Or somebody digging somewhere where they shouldn't have. They got the whole building? Whole building? Mm. Mm-mm. Sorry, taking a minute to just like catch up and sip some things. Okay, right. So while we hope that Cal's power comes back on very soon, because power being out and stuff spoiling is not a good time. Whoops. But yeah, um, that's what I'm looking for. Power Core Buster stuff. I haven't worked on any of it until after coming home, so we're doing it live. We're making it happen. The one thing I want to do real quick though is this. we're going to do this. The reason why I'm doing this is so that I can very deliberately test a new function of the camera that I was right, the camera controller that I wrote the other day, and that I need to actually test out and make sure that it works for reasons. So where is the Visual Studio window capture? Okay, cool. And we're gonna just do node 3D previous follow target. And the reason why we're doing that is because here previous follow target equals follow target, and then follow target equals new target. Then what we're going to do over here is down here, we just want public void change to previous target. And we're just going to do change target previous follow target. Okay. Okay, and so now over here in the camera controller, if input.get input dot is physical key pressed key dot key 1. Hang on. Right. You just pressed for this, or am I gonna have to do some? Ah, damn it. Okay, this is gonna get a little sloppy. This is gonna get a little sloppy because using physical key pressed checks if I'm currently holding it down or not. So this is probably going to fire more than once, which I'm not happy about, but I just want to test to see if this works. I just want to see if this is going to work or not. So, gonna dip save phone power says I neglected to charge it last night. Have a great rest of stream if I don't make it back before you end. Yeah, be safe, Cal. Hopefully your power comes back soon, and like soon, so that you don't like lose anything important in the fridge or what have you. Because that would be not good. There we go. Okay. Right, what was the thing I wanted to attack? I already forgot. Okay. Oh, I know how to make sure that this doesn't cause any issues. So if I think that should fix it. So the good news is that, on the other hand, it does do the thing it's supposed to do, which is good. Um, what I mean by that is that when I press the button, the camera moves over to the node that it's supposed to move over to. The only problem is how quickly it does that. Which means I have to figure out how to, like, make that adjust. Let's do it like this. See if that helps. That might be too slow. And it may not be the correct way to do this. But let's see. Okay. Yeah, that's much better. Should do it. Because basically the reason why it's not reverting correctly when I try to go back to the previous target is because I'm not making sure to, like, force it so that it doesn't make it so the previous target and the new target are the same one. So yeah. This was mostly just to test and make sure that like I had the ability to like move the camera from target to target. As I need to. So now all I need to do is speed this up a little bit. This, then the camera arm, the length of the camera arm, which determines how far away camera target here. So I'm gonna double check to see what the camera arm length currently is and make that the default value. Camera arm length is the reason why I do this get protected set thing is to make sure that we can check the value of a variable, but that we can't randomly use other scripts to change it. Oh, that's wrong, actually. I'm going to leave that there. So I'm going to do all that. Let's come over here and then let's run this. And I'll demonstrate the part of this that's important. So if we look over here at the camera controller, right? So here's the important part. So here's the important part. Welcome back, Cat Wizard. So here's the important part, right? If we look at so the camera arm length here, right? Hi, Vinka. So, like, the camera arm length here is determined by. Yeah, I was out at GDC last week, so. Was it fun? Yeah, I did a debrief on how it went. I did a debrief on how it went at the start of stream today. In short, a lot of opportunities, a lot of opportunities coming out of GDC. Went pretty well overall. I showed off some changes that I made to shootlanzer. That will be in the next demo that we put out, I think. The next demo will cook whenever it's done cooking. So please look forward to that. Let me unpause this now. How does one cook while also being done cooking? That's a good question. So the camera is a little bit slower. So let me adjust it some more. Well, if I put it at 1 directly. Oh wait, no, that's not right. Yeah, much better. 2. .5, I think might be it. Yeah, much better. Okay, cool. So that works. Physics process double what's not set? I don't know. It could be either of those. It's not set correctly, which means I need to check Koro's attack state. And okay, let's go look and see what I broke there, because it says that there are things that are missing. So the player script node is set. The wall stick state node is a problem. Let's see here. You know what? Hell with it. Just make my life easier. Because I could find it by code, but if that's going to give me, if that's going to be one of the things potentially giving me trouble, then hell with it. Let's just do it this way. I would rather not cause myself more trouble than I need. So we're going to build that, and we're going to run it. And then let's see how this goes. Okay, good. Okay, cool. So that works. The camera's still a little slow for my liking, though. So let's go over to the camera controller. And we're gonna do this. And now what I'm going to do is, let me see here. Is there? Yeah, there's no signal for that, which means I need to think for a second here. Okay, let's do something real quick. Wool changing targets equals false. And then we're going to say if all target is null and changing targets is false, then we're going to do that. Otherwise, okay. Hold on a second. I need to just do one thing real quick. Gotta look up a thing. So, Godot, async, C sharp. I need to make sure that I do this correctly. Okay. Godot, C sharp coroutines. I need to make sure that I understand because I forgot how to do this. Uh, okay. I need to check this because I forgot how to do this thing. Okay, that's what I need to do. Okay, so async void. Uh, okay, that's what I needed. I'm going to explain what this thing is in a second. I just need to. how long it would take, though, is the thing. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to just do a. Basically speaking, what I'm trying to do is figure out. So this is the way to explain the thing I'm trying to do. I want the I want the when the camera is moving for it to wait until we have reached the actual position before we get there. Hang on. Okay, ads are going, but okay, I think I don't do it like this. I think instead I just do this, just target change, and just do. Let's try it like this first before I do anything silly. Okay, no, that's not gonna work. Um, we'll do it like this. Because what needs to happen is that okay, so over here in change target, we need to make sure that change target left progress is reset to 0. And we do changing targets is set to true. And we'll do change target left progress is less than 1. Okay, let's see if this works. Um, hopefully it does. Um, hopefully this does, and I didn't just horribly break the way that this is supposed to go. Um, this is either going to work perfectly, or I absolutely fucked this up. Um, if it worked perfectly, then I will break out. I'll break out the MS Paint and explain it. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay. I thought I had it, but not quite. Almost. Okay. Returns the result of the linear interpolation between those two. Okay. Is the universe about to implode? Not quite. Just math doing math things. Okay. Okay, so target change should not be running. All right. Okay. So it makes sense, but now why is it going so quickly? Hang on. Okay. Give me 1 second. I need to check something. Okay. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. 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 Cool. So I didn't imagine that, but the problem is that for whatever reason, this is going too fast. Okay. No, I did an if and an else if. So, okay. So if you're not trying to go to the same one, okay. Okay, that makes sense. So then why is it calling twice? Why does it feel like it's calling twice? Okay. Plus equals camera follow speed cut 2 times the float delta. While it's that. Okay. Change target alert progress equals 0. No, shouldn't do it like that. The while needs to be separate from that. Because what should happen is changing target shoot does that. First hit, it does that. Oh. There we go. That might fix it. That's a big might. Okay, so the function works the way that lerp works the way that I thought it does. I just need to. There are safeguards that I'm fucking up. I think it's causing it to not work correctly. Ah, damn it! Oh no! Oh no! Nope! Oh crap! Ah! Yep. The danger of using while loops. The danger of using a while loop happens all the time. Yep. Danger of using a while loop. That's why you shouldn't if you can help it sometimes. Basically what happens is that if you fuck up and you if you use a while loop and it doesn't close, this happens. So I'm going to take out the while loop, and I just have to be a little bit more clever about how I do this over here. I think this should do it. So basically speaking, to explain what happened there very briefly, a while loop is a condition under which while a certain thing is true, your program will keep executing whatever is in the while loop. If you are not careful and you do not remember to break your while loop correctly, then what winds up happening, it gets stuck waiting for a condition. So not even specifically a command, but it will get stuck waiting for a condition that never gets fulfilled if you're not careful about how you break it. Or how you make sure, you have to make sure that the while loop has a condition where it can exit. And if you forget to make sure that the condition is broken accordingly, that happens. Okay. Good. So that works correctly. Now I just need to make sure that this actually slows down a little bit so that it's not going. I mostly just need to make sure that this actually slows down. So once I am actually sure that this will run at the speed that I want, then we should be good. Okay, so the only reason is why is this not okay? We're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. I just do this. Okay. Okay. So then why? One second. I gotta see something here. I gotta see one thing. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, so then no. What I need to do is not that. Well, no, I still want to do it like that. But let me see here. Yeah, the position should be based on that. Increase that. Uh-huh. Then if we hit that one, then okay, cool. Okay. Let's also do that. Because I think this is the most important way to make sure that this doesn't double up. So it's not like fucking around and doing it twice. Okay. Okay. This should probably make that less annoying, kind of think of it. So the only thing that is still okay. The movement isn't smoothing the way that I would like, but I may just have to kind of live with it. Yeah. The only thing that is annoying me is that I can't seem to get it to slow down without. I can't seem to get it to like move slowly. Because these two should be moving. It's working close enough. I have to sit down and like debug it more later. But in the meantime, I did promise that I said if I got it mostly working, that the thing I would do is I said the thing I would do is explain the way that I'll explain this in the way that we all enjoy. Hey everybody, guess what time it is? I need to get like a cheering children sound for the soundboard. It's everyone's favorite time of my game dev streams. Where I say there's not going to be math. Well, I didn't this time. To my credit, I didn't say that there wasn't going to be math. Um, no, not that time. I'll still do that. I'll still do the authorized. But like, no, that's not the time I meant. It is in fact math time. But I'll do the authorized first because if I don't do it first, I'm gonna forget. Let me go get that set. Here, the progress key is probably all the way into these things. Okay, you can't do both. Give me a little bit of time. Give me a little bit of time. You can't do both at the same time. That's probably the battery dying. Okay. It's okay, I'm stretching too for you. Yeah, well, everybody stretch means I have to do the guided one. So you gotta wait a sec. That's why I was like, the only reason why you gotta wait is so that um, we can do the guided stretch because that's what everybody stretches. It's like we all do it together, which means that if you have stretches you want to do on your own, then by all means. But usually with everybody stretch, we all do it together. But you also are deauthorized on top of that, so I got to do one and then the other. I only have but so many limbs, and now I got to try to figure out how to change the battery on this. It sounds like it might be dying, which means I remember how to open this correctly. You gotta press the thingy in, and then I gotta They're the ones that yeah, the only reason why it's repeating like that is because the batteries die, which means I need to remember how to open this thing. I think it's here. Let's do this. I've forgotten how you're supposed to open this thing. I'm pretty sure it's not a screwdriver. Okay, give me a minute, because I gotta remember how to open this. There we go. It's a slide off, not a push. Okay, cool. So I need to go get the batteries. So I think these are probably there. Doesn't look like they've corroded in there, which is good. Old batteries. These lasted like a year and change. So, and this is probably with me forgetting to like actually turn off the belt sometimes. So not too bad overall. So gonna do the authorized first, then we'll do the stretch, then it's math time. Okay, come on. Or at the very least, I hope that the actual issue is the batteries. Yep. Yeah, the issue is the batteries. That's good, because if it wasn't that, I would have been stressing out. At some point, I'm going to remember how this damn camera works. All right, cool. Get it wrong. Hold on. 01 driver, please don't do this to me. Henchy! There's only one person who can stop you, and that's me. Done. All right. So there's that. All right. Stretch. Okay. We'll keep it simple because we're running up close to time. And I don't want to get caught by either an ad or my own forgetfulness. So we'll do the stretch real quick, and then it's time to talk about math stuff. So as a reminder, when somebody redeems everybody stretch, it means everybody stretches with me at the same time. If, for whatever reason, you cannot do a stretch that I am doing, please do not force yourself to do it. Listen to your body. If your body says, ow, it doesn't work that way, then stop doing the stretch. We'll keep it simple, keep it a little short. Shoulders. We're going to roll our shoulders. So shoulder rolls. Take your shoulders, move them in circles going forward and back. You can put your hands here if you want to. You can let them be free, whatever you feel like. But you're kind of like shrugging and rolling your shoulders like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then do the reverse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Shake your neck out a little bit. Shake your hands a little loose. We're going to do hands next. You can put them in front of you. You can hold them up, whatever you feel like. But the point is you want to do circles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you can do reverse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shake your hands out. Do all that other stuff. Okay, one more. So, one more set anyway. So we're just going to keep it simple. Take this hand, left hand in front of you, your right hand like right here. You want to pull back a little bit so you feel the tension up here, but don't like jam it. Just shove it slowly, power it back. Yay, excellent. So pull here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Welcome back, Cal. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relax. Other hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Release slowly. Relax. Shake them out. All right, cool. We're keeping it short because I didn't want to get super into stretching and then run out of time. All right, so let's go back over to here. All right, let's do math. Specifically, let's talk about LERP and what that is and how that works. Okay, hold on. There we go. It's because something happened with my USB hub. So it caused the microphone to stop working correctly. It should be fine now. Okay, So, lerp. What the heck is a lerp? Okay, here we go. So, lerp stands for linear interpolation, right? And that sounds really complicated, right? You may hear that and go, what the fuck? Okay. All it really means is, because right, linear interpolation means that you're going in between two values. Linear, meaning a line, and interpole, the part here that's pertinent, interpole, between two poles. So here are the two poles. On a straight line, let's say that we have the values 0 and 1. Linear interpolation is basically just the art of traversing along this line between the values 0 and 1. That's it. So the idea behind linear interpolation is that you are going between two values, which is all it means is going between two values, 0 and 1. That's it. That's all it means. So there are a lot of functions and a lot of things that you can do where by lerping you can control, and because it's between 0 and 1, that means you have like half steps, full steps, stuff like that, right? If you remember from way back when in MS Paint, there was a point at which I brought up the idea of normalized health values, right? Where it's like, okay, you take your current health and your max health, you take your current health and divide it by your max health, and that tells you how much of a percentage of a health value that you have. Very similar principle here. By using that, the idea is that with lerping, you are using a normalized value between 0 and 1 in order to control the way that something moves. So, right? In practice, this can work out like this. Let's say that I have two positions, position A and position B. Position A is represented by the number 0. Position B is represented by the number 1. What would happen if I lerped to 0.5? If position A, somewhere on the screen, is considered 0, and position B, somewhere on the screen, is considered 1, if I lerped to 0.5, what position do you think I take relative to A and B? That's a very pretty B. Thank you. So, right, I'll repeat it one more time in case, I know that there's like a chat delay, but in case any, dead on, exactly. 0.5, if 0 is position A and 1 is position B, 0.5 is dead in the middle of both of those. Exactly. So, what does this mean for, so I'll write that down, right? So here, right, 0 is pos A, 1 is pos B. So then this means, for example, 0.5 is halfway between A and B. 0.25, quarter way. That's why if you're doing interpolation with colors, yes. If you're doing a lerp between two colors, which is possible, right? Because it is possible for certain programming languages to express the R, G, and B values of a particular color from 0 to 1. Aside from doing like hex codes, hex colors, right? Or RGB where you're doing 0 to 2, where you're doing 0 to 2. The words are hard. Let me start that over. Yes, it is possible in certain programming languages to basically express the way that that the RGB values of a color are expressed as normalized values between 0 and 1, right? So if you are interpolating between two colors, like what Floral is saying in the chat, right? If you're interpolating between two colors, it is possible, depending on what two colors you're interpolating between, if at any point, right, all of those colors happen to hit 0.5, 0.5, 0.5 in the RGB, it turns gray. That is the thing that happens. So yeah, lerping is incredibly useful for this sort of thing once you understand that it works, right? So, what does this have to do with the camera movement? It's very simple. So, right, Godot already has support for using lerp, right? Godot already has support for using lerp on the position of objects that exist in either 2D space or 3D space. What does this mean? This means that by default, if you do position for whatever thing dot lerp, you only have to give in two values, right? B, which is the value that you're going to for the position, or whatever, or for the position dot lerp, right? This part is considered the A. So the camera target's position, right, is going to be equal to, we lerp from where the camera target's position is now to the length of the camera arm plus the target that we're following's position. And then we basically go based on lerp progress for the target change. So normally speaking, right, this is the way that it works. Normally speaking, the way that we handle it is that when we're following the target normally, we take the follow speed of the camera. So whatever the camera's normal following speed is, we take that and we multiply it by delta. And the reason why we do this, again, if anybody remembers what I said with frame independent movement a couple of streams back, this is why. If you're like, I don't remember that, here's the way that you explain it. Here's the way that I explain it in brief. When your game is playing, you want to make sure that if the computer is slowing down or running faster than you expect, that the logic of your game updates and stuff, when it needs to, will follow how fast or how slow your computer is running. So when we say that the frame rate is independent, it means that it keeps that into account when it's running. And there are a good number of processes in a game where you want the movement, for example, you want that stuff to be frame independent. Contrary to the name, when it says frame independent, it means that it will actually sort of follow in concert with how fast or how slow the computer is running. So if the computer is not dropping any frames and you're keeping a stable 60 FPS with a frame independent setup, then that means that things like movement and other physics will be moving just fine. If your computer starts to slow down, provided you've set up things that you need to set up as frame independent, then even when it slows down, stuff will keep the consistent movement relative to that slowdown. If you leave your physics and certain other processes as being frame dependent, then what happens is that when it slows down, it doesn't scale accordingly, which causes things like shoot and teleport and do weird stuff. So in this case, multiplying the camera's follow speed by delta, doing this part, right, causes us to basically take the camera's following speed and make sure that it slows down just enough so that we get a nice smooth movement even when the game is running slower. But here's the trick, right? Because of this, well, having a brain blast here for because it's probably best that we clamp this. So actually, here's what I'm gonna do. Well, no, for here, this might be fine, but I think I want to clamp it over here. So we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna just do change target.lerp progress dot equals math clamp. We're gonna do change target lerp progress 0, 1. So this way we can be absolutely sure that we're not overshooting it one way or the other. The clamp is going to make sure that we stay between 0 and 1, just to make sure that like things smooth out. But the idea here is that what I'm trying to do is basically make it so that when we are changing targets, right, I want the camera to move a little slower so it's not like jitter jumping all over the place and causing issues, right? Don't want to do that. That's the thing I would like to avoid. So what we're going to actually do here, I'm going to just do float target change speed equals 1f. And I would like to get rid of what we call magic numbers. So magic numbers is stuff like this, where it's like I have 1f times float delta. I would rather not be a magic number where it's like I put that in and I kept putting in numbers until I got the number I want. Let's not do it like that. What we want, for example, is just a thing where we do target change speed, right? So now, if I want to adjust the target change speed, I just come up here and I adjust this variable. And at first, it seems like, well, you're just doing the same thing, right? But what this means is that if I wanted to use a variable to force the camera to move slower, or if I wanted to change the movement speed of the camera dynamically when it's changing targets, all I have to do is something like this, right? Public void change target change speed float new value, and then I can do target. So now, if there's any situation where I would want to change that dynamically, right, I can just call this function, and then it will change this, which will then by proxy do that. It's better in practice for making sure that you can like do this stuff without causing issues. So I'll demonstrate this thing. So if you look down here, so you'll notice, right? I'm gonna scroll up here. I know you can't see the game window, but that's fine. If you look here, right, you see changing targets in progress, lerp value, you see? You start counting up, 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 up. We hit 1 and done, right? That whole process of changing targets in progress, lerp value is this. It's literally documenting how far along the camera is moving between those 2 points. Again, expressed like this, right? I'll fix the thing over here in a second. Hold on. There we go. So yeah, you see? Same principle, right? The only problem is that for whatever reason, right? And I don't know why. I'm not sure why yet. But for whatever reason, right? shouldn't be this. This should not be having an effect on it. That's what I thought. So, there are other ways to handle this, right? Part of it may also be that if I wanted to, I could do this, right? Which basically means that for all intents and purposes, once we hit 0.9 instead of 1, then it stops. Once we're 90% of the way, then that's considered close enough for our purposes, right? You'll notice that it doesn't generally have a very outsized effect on the way that like the camera following works. The only thing that seems to be an issue is, okay, I'm going to try one thing real quick, because this is making my brain itch, and I don't know why this is the case. Because it feels like, it doesn't seem like it's doubling up, but at the same time it's making my brain itch, and I don't get on my nerves. I don't like it. So, because it feels like the camera feels like it's moving faster than it should be when it changes over. Okay. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I expect this to break now. Okay, good. Okay, there we go. Speedrunners hear about this and say, "I will break you." You okay? Well, oh right, you're talking about the you can't. That's the word. You can't. Basically, unless you literally find a way to like dig into the actual like code and figure out how to like actually literally like bust up inside of it, you can't do that. It doesn't work like that. Okay, like at least as far as I'm aware, there. Okay, I'm not saying it's entirely impossible, but like short of literally figuring out ways to reverse engineer the game and then recompile it such that those things are removed, you can't do that. So yeah, in a very literal sense, you literally, unless you, at least to my knowledge, I should say, to my knowledge, you cannot stop a game that's running frame independently from running frame independently unless you can basically get into the source code, change all the stuff that does, and then do it again. Like that's a like deep in the guts of the thing dependency, literally in terms of like the way that it actually works dependency. All right. Oops. So okay, that's what I thought. So it's not moving twice. It's not like moving twice, but something else is going on that's causing it to just like not slow the fuck down, which gets on my nerves a little bit. Um, you know what? I'm gonna try one thing here. I don't think that will make a difference, and it will probably still act weird. But I don't know what. Hey, they just find a way to do it in gameplay. But yeah, like I don't know. Why is it doing that? Okay, because if I set this to zero, this is where we get really interesting. Because if I set it to zero, yeah, if I set that to zero, then it shouldn't move at all, right? And it should stay. Something else is happening here because it feels like it's moving too fast. Doesn't make sense as to why. Okay. Okay. So then why, why is it? Hmm. I don't know why it's going so much faster. Doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah, that's not doing jack shit then. Okay. Yeah, let's just leave that. Okay. Why is it going faster? Why is it going faster? Why is it going faster? Because passing it through shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do anything different. Okay. Okay. That was weird. So it looks like, for whatever reason, trying to put it. Okay, let's see. Okay. Then is why is because it seems to be reaching there way faster because it reaches over there and it gets to where it needs to be correctly. But then why is the lerp still going? Okay, so then maybe let's try that. I'm not sure if that will actually help at all. So S slurp is spherical. Um, so what I did there was I turned it from regular lerp to spherical lerp. So basically, I the way to describe it is that it slightly curves, for lack of a better term. S slurp or slurp will slightly curve both end of it. So when we do the movement of the camera, it should look a little bit less. It should ease in and out a little bit, if I have my understanding correctly. Okay. Something there is not right, and it's getting on my nerves. It makes my brain itch. I don't like that. Okay. I don't like that. It's making my brain itch. Okay. I need to think of something else here real quick. So let's do this. Okay, I want to see something real quick. Okay. Okay. So we've got that. If that is a normalized value, then that would be okay. I'll explain what I'm doing here in a second. Okay, so if I take so this math is probably incredibly scuffed, but I'm just trying to see something here. Because basically, the issue that I'm running into is that for whatever reason, despite what I'm setting the lerp to and the slurp to, when I change targets, yeah, okay, that's not right. So there, but I just need to see something real quick. So the issue that I'm running into is that basically speaking, for whatever reason, even with the fact that the slurp is increasing so slowly, when I change targets, for whatever reason, yeah, like y'all notice that we arrive at where the target is, but the lerp value is still going for whatever reason. There's something that I'm not doing here. Okay. Night, Stubby. Okay. Hang on a second. That might do it. That might do it. That might do it. That might do it. Hold on. That might do it. That might do it. That might do it. Hold on here. That might have fixed it. Maybe. Let's see here. If it did, I'll explain in a minute. But I gotta test it first. Okay, no. So I don't. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Damn it. I thought I had it. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's doing it. That's doing it. So in this case, let's just leave this at that. Okay, that's better. So if I did this right, then okay, so I may not want to do that. I think I almost have it. So basically speaking, right, the thing I'm trying to get figured out here is just to make sure. A thing that I saw them suggest was that you divide your lerp value by how long you want it to take, and that will essentially like make it take. Yeah, there we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. We got it. Yes. I don't even have to clamp it at this particular point anymore, I don't think. All right. Let's see. I think we're good. And I'll explain it in a second. Yeah, having it stop at 0.9 is probably good enough. Okay. So now we're just going to do this. Float lerp end threshold equals 0.9f. And then we're just going to do lerp end threshold. And then we're going to say float change target underscore duration equals here divided by change duration. If this works the way it's supposed to. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what it is, but there's something that goes on that causes it to just go a little faster. When it's doing this, and I'm not sure why. So basically, I was looking at something that basically was recommending, hey, let me see something. Ah, okay. That's silly of me. I should leave this here. I don't think it will have an effect still, but I'm gonna try it one more time. So I'd like this to. Yeah, so let's put this back to lip and threshold is 1F. Because for some reason that I can't quite figure out. Basically, the only thing that I can't quite figure out is why exactly I cannot get this thing to like slow down insofar as because for the regular camera movement, everything is fine, right? But the regular camera movement, if I go and I fuck with the with certain other things, that actually slows down the way that I expect to. But for whatever reason, I can't do the same thing. I can't do the same thing when I'm changing targets. I wholly expected Sheen to be. Yeah, no, it's because I'm getting fussy trying to figure out why a certain thing isn't working. It's making my brain itch. Like I'm trying to figure out how to get a particular thing to do the thing I would like it to do, and it's not doing the thing I would like it to do. Target change speed is that. Okay. Yeah, it's just making my brain itch. It's getting on my nerves a little. So, like, I'm being stubborn and trying to figure it out. Okay. Actually, yes, I do want to. I do want to put that back. Okay. Yeah, we want to put that back because that will force it to smooth out. All right. So now, part that's making my brain itch is why doesn't it slow down here? Okay. Gonna do something silly real quick and break this by taking that out. Because I need to see something here. I'm sending you my energy. Appreciate it. Yep, and that's why we don't want to do that. So yeah, in case anybody was wondering, why do we need a camera arm? That's why. So like we have to put the camera arm length into there in order to make sure that like um so like if we were to go and look at like this camera controller over here, right? We have the camera target is out here, and so is the player camera, right? And we make sure the player camera is a child of this. So the camera controller, right, sits here. The camera target, and by proxy where the player camera is attached to, is out here. So we calculate the length of the arm based off of, right, where the camera target is actually located. The camera arm is stretched away, I should say, not here, from the main position of the camera controller based on that. So we have the camera arm length plus the follow target position in order to like force it out so that it's stretched away. So the main thing that's like chapping my ass is that for whatever reason, I can't control the duration of Oh. Oh. That's why I'm so silly. That's why I'm not thinking about it correctly. That's why. That's why. That's why. That's why. That's why. That's why. Okay. It's literally just the. Alright. Okay. I figured it out. I figured it out. I figured it out. So basically speaking, if you want. This is why. I think. Alright. Okay. 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 Let me sit down and think this out. So, here's the part that I was like getting annoyed by. I was trying to figure out how to make the actual like transition between the two things take a certain amount of time, right? That's the part that I was trying to figure out. And I'm like, I can't get it to work. Here's how this works. This is why I was getting all like fucked up about it. That's all I had to do. I'm pretty sure that's all I had to do. Because, okay, peep game. If I did this correctly, then this should work. This should work the way I want it to now. Because I'm just sitting here thinking, like, how do I get this thing to, like, slow down? Okay, almost. Almost. I forgot a thing. So, okay. This is why. Okay. This should do it. Because I'm sitting here smacking my head against it, and I'm like, I'm not thinking about the math that I'm doing, and that's why I got messed up. I think this has it now. I think so. Okay, almost, but not quite. Okay, so what? Okay, so what is going on here? What am I missing? I'm missing something. So time is zero, duration is that. Okay, modulate. The duration is 10. Okay, so why? Yeah, why? Why is the lerp going faster? That's really annoying. That's really annoying. That's really annoying. Welcome back, Floral. Damn it! Hang on a second. Okay. So I'm gonna try one thing real quick. Cameras are a pain, but this will be useful for later. Basically, I just want the camera to move slower when it's moving between targets. There we go. Much better. Alright, I think that this should almost do it. Almost, but not quite. I'll explain what I did there in a second. Yeah, okay. So I do have to divide it by that constant order. Okay. I think that should probably help control it. So let's see if that works. Six, seven, eight. It's a little longer. It's a little longer. It's a little longer, but it slows. It does what it's supposed to. So the weight times normalized follow time. Change target slip progress. Yeah, let me take a look and see. Right. So they want the weight to be that. Okay. Okay. So the math that goes into this is math that I don't have time to explain fully because we're already running probably like way over time anyway. So I'm I'm going to keep this as relatively brief as I can because we're gonna run into shenanigans if I explain this. Basically speaking, this thing that I did here with with the exponent and the negative multiplier, effectively speaking. So this is something that happened. The long and short of it is that my understanding of the way that this works um, was not entirely correct, right? The way that my understanding of this worked was not entirely correct. The long and short of it is that long exponential formula that I just threw in as weight is actually the way to make sure that that for camera purposes, LERP is actually frame independent. Messed up a little bit there. But basically speaking, without getting too deep into the weeds, the way that I was using the formula previously with the way that I had it set up was not actually frame independent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this. I need to go back over specifically to the page on Godot that explains the smoothing motion stuff and put it over here. Basically speaking, to keep it very simple, before I get hit with ads, this whole formula with this exponential fall off is meant to set it up so that it doesn't actually account for changes in frame rate. If you just do this by itself, it doesn't account for changes in frame rate. Throwing in an exponent on top of that causes the camera to drop off more sharply as it approaches the target, which makes it actually slow down some. I'm gonna bounce here. Thanks for Shane being so cute earlier. Yeah, almost, but not quite. Yes, that's good. Okay. All right. I may just have to hold it. I may just have to hold that. gonna try one last thing. Yeah, this is good. I think this is just gonna have to be good enough. I'm just gonna have to hold it right here and stop trying to push. Because I'm gonna be stubborn and keep trying to grind it out. There's one other aspect to this that I know that I'm missing, and it's gonna make my ass itch till I get it right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just look up Godot camera follow with Lerp, I guess. I want to keep pushing. All right, yeah. All right, I'm just gonna have to hold that. I'm gonna have to hold that because like I keep kind of like trying to punch it, and I'm clowning myself, so I'm gonna let it go. All right, y'all. Time for me to get up out of here. So, yep. If you want to follow my game analysis design articles, I write stuff over on the camera mostly moves that I write stuff over on my NeoCities blog. My stream VODs are up on YouTube, so you can watch those over there if you want. Ko-Fi if you want to support me in the stream but don't want to give money to Amazon and Jeff Bezos. I prefer Ko-Fi subscriptions monthly over Twitch gift sub or Twitch subs, but either or is your choice. Throne, you can use that for anonymous gift giving to me, mostly for stuff for the stream. And then my card has all my social media links on there. Nowadays, I'm mostly active on Blue Sky. If you want to know more about Munity, which is the game dev studio that I helped co-found that I'm making shootlanzer with, go over to munity.games. You can also join our Patreon for free or paid in order to like get info on the stuff that we're doing. And then the demo over there on the shootlanzer page is simplest way to put it is that the demo is not going to be what you saw on stream today. We are working out some of the other stuff on that front before we put up a new version of the demo. So you're not going to be seeing the stuff on the demo. The stuff in the demo that you go and click on there is not going to be the same as what I showed you on stream. And last but not least, if you don't mind making a if you don't mind making a the word is going to come to me when my brain starts being silly. If you don't mind making a Roblox account you never have to use for anything. I had a brain fart trying to like actually say the thing I meant. If you don't mind making a Roblox account that you don't have to use for anything that you don't want or anything else, you can join us over on Gilded. We watch anime on Saturdays and generally just hang out and like shoot the breeze. But if you're like, no, actually, you can't get me to make a Roblox account, that's fine. I understand that. I'm not going to force people to do that. Insofar as what I have planned now that I'm back and sort of in the saddle, game dev stream, next one will be next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. This upcoming Friday is Fighting Friday. Probably going to be doing probably, I don't know, fuck it, probably like Street Fighter or something. I have to sort out some things with the rotation of my Fighting Friday games anyway, because there's at least one game, like was alluded to earlier, that when it comes out I'm not going to be playing, and I have to decide if that affects other games by the same creator. But I'll figure that out. Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Honestly, I don't know what we're streaming yet. I'll figure it out this weekend. Okay, so who are we going to go hang out with? Let me go see. Thank y'all for the compliments. Thank y'all for being here. We're gonna go hang out with Pleasantly Twisted. I believe right now they're playing the Convergence mod still for Dark Souls 3. This might be the last time they're planning on doing that. Because I think they're looking for a clear tonight. So, yeah. That's what it looks like. Again, if I could get an exclamation point raid send toward Twisted, I'd appreciate it. So, we're gonna go hang out Pleasantly Twisted. They do nowadays kind of whatever they feel like. So, sometimes that includes like doing like Soulsborne stuff and things like that. Sometimes it's just other stuff that they feel like doing. They're kind of just in their chill era. So we're gonna hang out with her, see how she's doing. Give her an SJ says raids. Let her know who sent you. Give them your favorite emotes. They don't have to be my emotes. I'll see y'all when I see y'all. Stay safe. Wash your hands. Wear masks. Don't go outside if you don't have to. Be excellent to each other. We're not the bigots, racists, terrorists, sexists, anti-queer folks, or fascists. We're all stinky. Black Lives Matter. Trans rights are human rights. Reproductive rights are human rights. Palestine, Sudan, the Congo, New Caledonia must all be free. None of us are free to all free. That's pretty much all I have to say. Let's go hang out with Twisted. I'll catch y'all later, whenever I catch y'all. I'm gonna make myself stop trying to like fuss with this camera. And I'll see y'all back here on Friday. Probably Street Fighter, if I had to guess. Alright, y'all. Deuces.